Hi guys, welcome back. Good to see everybody. Um, yeah, we've got a nice short evening session today. So we only got 4 sessions, which means that we're already a quarter of the way done for the night. So you guys know the drill. This is our first short break. Feel free to say hi. Let me know what you're studying today, and let me know how that last session was out of 10. We got 9.5 minutes, and then we'll start session 2. I am currently reviewing some hematology and immunology right now. And then I will try to do another lecture on a little more hematology. But this entire week is immuno. So we will see how this week is going. I'm already a little behind today because I made the unfortunate mistake of taking a nap in the afternoon, which I apologize for, because I put me behind schedule for stream, but that's okay. Some days are like that. Yeah, feel free to say hi. We got 10 minutes. I can't. Welcome. How do I study? So I'm assuming you're asking what I do. So what I typically will do is, because I have a lot of information to learn, and I typically learn off of flashcards. I like Anki. I don't know if you've heard of Anki, but Anki is a spaced repetition like flashcard software. So what I'll typically do is I'll start off my study sessions by reviewing my cards for the last few lectures or the last few days. So, making sure I can test myself and I know what we just did in the last week, and then keeping up with my review like that. So that when the exam comes, I'm not cramming everything like fresh. And then what I'll do after I finish my reviews for today, usually that takes a couple hours, 2 to 3 hours. Unless it's a light day, then it'll take like 1 hour, but it's pretty rare for me to get a light day now. Then I'll watch a lecture from the school or from wherever I need to on the topic I need to cover for the day. And then I'll do the new flashcards for that. Once I go through the lecture, I read it, I understand the lecture first, and then I'll go through the flashcards for it to reinforce it. That's really it. It's nothing crazy complicated. I do that for a couple of weeks. When exams roll around, I move out away from the flashcards. Like, I'll still do my review flashcards, but I'll start focusing more on practice problems. And that's really it. It's nothing insane. It does take a while because, as you could probably imagine, there's a lot of information in medical school. So it's a lot of studying and a lot of time commitment. That's all it is. 8 out of 10 Petronella, nice. Okay, do I make notes, and if so, when? I gotcha. So for me, I've never been, and so this is where it becomes very personal, right? Because there's no right or wrong way to do this. I know people who love taking notes. I know people who don't like doing flashcards, right? So everybody's a little different. For me personally, what I like to do is, for the notes, I do think writing notes, like rewriting the notes, is a waste of time to me. I know some people like it. I do think what I've heard some people do, and they really love, is writing the notes from memory. So maybe not the day of, but a day later, just writing down everything you remember from the lecture and then going back through the notes and filling in what's left. I've heard that's a great way to do it. I don't like that as much because it's a little too time consuming for me, and I'm more of a visual learner, or like working with my hands, kinesthetic visual learner. So what I like to do is I'll just annotate. So along with the lectures, I actually really like watching the lectures at a faster speed, just because I don't like to sit down and watch somebody talk at me. I don't learn like that. So I'd rather go quickly through the lecture, annotate as they're annotating on what they say that might be interesting, and then I'll sit down. So what I'll do, okay, let me back up a step. Before even watching the lecture, I'll skim the lecture. So I know, what do I need to learn? What content is going to be more important? What's hopefully going to be more tested on? And that sort of stuff. And then also there's an idea in learning psychology called priming. Even just seeing the information or just reading the information before you go through it is huge, because then your brain is like, okay, red alert, they're talking about this. I don't think most people are I'm not able to, for sure. My focus is not great. And if I'm watching a lecture, I maybe got a couple minutes. I know I only have a couple minutes of focus before I'm waning, or I'm tired of it. And then I need to rail myself back in, which gets, but priming helps, because priming allows me to divide and distribute my attention span to where it needs to be most important. And then I'll annotate over that. If the lecturer says that, oh, this is super high yield for the exam, You know, I'll highlight it, I'll make a note, if I don't understand something or they say something that I think is really interesting that's not in the notes or in the lecture slides, I'll you know, I'll write it down. My school is pretty good about giving us the lecture slides, but also like if I'm using third-party sources, I don't know if you're in med school or not, but in the States, we have a lot of like third-party sources for our med school stuff. There's Pathoma, Boards and Beyond, et cetera, et cetera. So I'll usually like take their notes, put them in on my iPad so that I could just write on my iPad and write over their notes. And that way I'm not rewriting their whole notes just to forget it the next day and losing 3 hours on just writing notes. What I do lose 3 hours on is afterwards when I'm doing the flashcards, because oftentimes I honestly will learn more from doing the flashcards than even watching the lecture. That's a personal thing. I know some friends who hate flashcards. They're like, Amar, I don't know how you sit on Anki all day. And they just are like, just watch the lecture, bro. It's easy to just watch a lecture and remember it. And I'm like, it might work for some folks, it doesn't work for me. So that's my main thing is prime the lecture. That's really helpful. Prime the lecture, just read it. You don't have to annotate anything. If you want to go through and highlight, you can, but don't spend more than 10 minutes, 5-10 minutes skimming the lecture. Watch the lecture or go to the lecture in person. Our lectures for my medical school are not in person for the most part. I have classes in person, but our lectures are recorded. So I'll sit and I'll watch the recording at like 1.5 times speed or whatever, maybe 2 times even if it's not like, you know, if I'm not able, if it's a super long one and I know I'm not going to sit through the whole thing and understand the whole thing. And then afterwards, I'll go back, just quickly skim through. But at that point, I've heard the information twice now. So now my third pass over is going to go do the flashcards one time. Oh, you're pre-med in Canada. Okay, gotcha. Cool. So your system is pretty similar. Have I ever had cram moments? Yeah, totally. All the time, especially in undergrad. I feel like it's been less of an issue in med school, but that's because med school is always a cram. Honestly, genuinely, that's how med school feels, is like when you just haven't studied for a test, but that's like every single day, which is kind of wild, at least for me. I know folks who don't study nearly as much as I need to because they're, you know, a little more gifted with the memorization. I personally always struggled with memorization, so I've always had to spend a little bit longer on it, which is okay, right? It's not really why I got into medicine to begin with. But to handle cram moments, I think the biggest thing, it's kind of like, in a weird way of the statements, it's kind of like working in an emergency room. If you think about studying like managing an ER, right? If you have patients coming in that are either, let's say you have patients coming in that are like really, really hurt, might be having heart attacks, might be having strokes, and then you've got patients who might have like kind of weird symptoms like hard stomach ache, headache for a couple of days, yada, yada, yada. And then you have patients that are coming in like with the flu, right? You as like somebody who needs to manage that room needs to triage, they call it in medicine. What's most important? What's going to be the most important to deal with now, and what's going to be the most important to deal with later? And so I've heard of a rule. I'm not a big fan of this rule because I've never figured out how to crack it, but there's an 80-20 rule out there. Again, take it with a grain of salt because I've never found it to work for me. That 80% of the stuff that's important to know is only 20% of the content. So if you could figure out generally the way they do this, especially for undergrad classes or when you're doing your bachelor's at university, learning objectives in those lecture slides are really helpful, I believe. Because if usually when test makers are making those sort of problems, yeah, they'll test details, like especially for classes like organic chemistry and biochemistry, right? But sometimes if you understand the overarching principles really well, those details kind of fade in, and yeah, you might not get like everything. And I would say try to get everything, especially if you're a pre-med. It's very competitive to get into medical school. So try not to get yourself into a cram situation, but that's impossible. Everybody gets in cram situations. I've been in cram situations more time than I can count. But if you're in a cram situation, figure out what's highest yield, what is definitely going to be on the exam. Next step is don't keep hitting the stuff that you already know you know. Yeah, you might get like a little bit better at it, but there's no point of taking content that you're 80% sure with to 90% sure, right? The higher yield and the questions that are more likely to pop up are stuff that you're like only 20, 30, 40% certain on. Because if you can bring that up, even double that, right? All of a sudden, you've like doubled your chances on like multiple questions on an exam. So the big thing is triage and figuring out what's high yield on an exam. Now, figuring out what's high yield on an exam is a little bit harder. Usually that involves going through lectures, looking at lecture objectives, figuring out what professors love to emphasize. And the last thing, and the best way to also figure out what's high yield, is if you have access to previous practice exams or previous practice problems. They are usually really good and really representative about what professors love to drill. They won't recycle the same questions oftentimes for a lot of classes, but they'll be on similar topics. So if you know you're in the biochem section and they're on the Krebs cycle, maybe they'll ask a question about like, I don't know, where does pyruvate enter or something on a practice question. They're probably not going to ask that question again, but you should know the related molecules around that area. So know the few steps, okay, they're testing us on the steps of the Krebs cycle. I should know the Krebs cycle, the steps at least. When did I start using Anki? I used it when I was studying for the MCAT. That's when I started using it in undergrad. I wish I had started a little bit earlier, and it depends on the class. But I love to talk more about it. I want to move the camera so we can get started on the next section. Oh, hi Tyler. 5 out of 10. Good to see you. On assembly. Oh man, own assembly language is crazy. Jeez, I can't even. Good luck with your meeting tomorrow. All right, y'all. Session 2. So I'm gonna move the camera. You guys can go ahead and get started. We're already quarter of the way done for tonight. So here we go. Good luck, everybody. Let's do this. All right, welcome back, everybody. That was session number 2, meaning we're already halfway done for the night, which is crazy. Um, you guys know the drill. Feel free to say hi if you're just joining in. Let me know what you're studying today. Today, tonight, today, tonight, whatever, same word. Um, and let me know how that last session was out of 10 for you. We got another short 10-minute break here, and then we'll start the second half of our study stream today. But yeah, feel free to say hi. I'll probably give that last one like give it like a 7 out of 10. Didn't get as much as I wanted done, but that's okay. I'll catch up on the next session, hopefully. Yeah, feel free to say hi. We got 9 minutes. Nah, that's fair, Tyler. It happens. Well, hopefully some rest will help you. Best of luck with your meeting with your professor tomorrow. Hope it goes well. And I hope you have a good night. Hopefully you get some rest. 9 out of 10. Awesome, Petronella. Nice. Good to hear. I do drink a lot of water, don't I? I don't know. I also drink a lot of caffeine, so it makes me really like I use the bathroom a lot, and then I get thirsty really fast too. So then it just becomes a cycle, and then I drink more caffeine, so it just kind of cycles through like that. Um, this is just a protein shake because I didn't eat enough today, and I wanted to get a little bit more protein in before the night. So I just like to sip on the protein shake for some calories and protein. But the water, yeah, I drink a lot of water. I know. Um, it's partly because I work out too, so I'm like, um, it helps kind of flush everything out. I just feel better when I drink a little more water. I feel like I'm able to focus a little bit more. I think, mm, I'm trying to think if like how much I drink. It depends on the day. Some days, like if I've worked out in a day, I'll drink up to like a gallon of water in a day. I mean, yeah, a lot of it gets like, peed right back out, but um, I don't know. I think it's just personal preference. I mean, being hydrated is really good, right? I feel like I also just get dehydrated really easily, so I'd rather drink too much water than not enough water. Sounds good, Petronella. I mean, I don't know. I feel like if you drink too much, then though, the problem is that like that's why I use the bathroom a lot too. So maybe balance it. I think like it's more about like how much water I drink throughout a day sometimes. Like as long as I'm staying hydrated throughout the day. The problem is if I drink a lot of water at once, it just kind of goes in and comes right back out, right? So it doesn't really help me much. All right, y'all. We are halfway done for the day. So, I'm gonna move the camera and change the lights. You guys can go ahead and get started. This is gonna be session number 3. All right, y'all. Here we go. Good luck. All right, welcome back, everybody. That was session number 3. So we only got one more for the night, and then we'll be all done. So this is our last short break of the day. Feel free to say hi. If you're just joining in the last session, let me know what you're studying. And if you were just studying with me, let me know how that last session was out of 10. I'm gonna give it a... This was pretty productive. I actually caught up. I'll give it an 8.5. Hi, Black Hat. Good to see you. How are you doing? Hello, Miss Black Cat's mother. Good to have you all here. It is a little bit of a quieter day. Oh, dang, I feel honored. Wow, actually, I feel very flattered. Thank you for the support. That's awesome. Yeah, today is a very quiet, chill evening, it seems, which is okay. That's fair. Unfortunately, I wish I could say that feeling goes away, but I think it gets worse in med school. Um, but at some point, you realize that you literally cannot learn everything, and that's when the wonderful art of learning how to prioritize. Wow, prioritize stuff comes in. I'm not too bad. I am a little tired. I don't think tired is the right word. Okay. What's the word I'm looking for? I am behind on school, but that's normal. But today was supposed to be more productive, and I'm a little mad that I wasn't as productive as I needed to be. Not mad, but like frustrated. Yeah, frustrated is the word today. Otherwise, I'm all right. Um, I'm trying to plan out my day for tomorrow, and I'm thinking I'll wake up early to go head down to the children's hospital to go do research. And then I've got class, and then I'll come back and I'll study some more. I also have like some like packages I need to pack. So I'm in charge of like running the medical supplies for a club that I'm in that so we work with the local high schools. I probably mentioned it before here to kind of like support or give medical support to the local high schools because it's in a pretty underserved area of the US. And so I've been getting huge Amazon shipments all week from the ortho department. I ordered a bunch of stuff, they reimbursed me for it. And so tomorrow I need to prep a presentation to train people on what to do with common track and field injuries for our volunteers. And then I also want to pack up boxes um, with those materials if I can get some time. Actually, now that I say it, I don't know if all my materials are in yet, and it would be kind of pointless to pack all the boxes if the materials aren't in. So I'm going to check that real quick too. But other than that, I just need to study. I'm a little behind, and the lectures are kind of getting pretty difficult. I did this whole week is going to be immunology, and that scares me. I haven't not started the immunology lectures for this week. I've been doing the hematology lectures, which I found surprisingly fascinating. I did not think I would like hematology, and all of a sudden I'm like, this is really, really cool. So I don't know why I like red blood cells and not white blood cells. I think the red blood cells just kind of click for me for some reason. It just makes more sense. Like, oh, these guys just carry oxygen and they run around doing their little thing, and if you get a cut, they need to join forces like a little cute army. That's how I think about it. That's it. Nothing crazy this week. I've been working on that vlog as well, so I feel like there's just a lot going on. Me and a few other friends have been working on starting up a charity too for fun, to like do health screenings in the area, in like underserved medical areas around Michigan as well. I've opened up a charity before, so I'm mainly helping. I'm like sort of the consult on it. I'm just helping them get it started, but that's been eating a little bit of my time. So it's been very, very busy. It's been very, very busy. So I think the week is a little overwhelming this week to start off. A little more overwhelming than usual. Yeah, that too. There are so many white blood. There are so many cytokines. Um, I'm still trying to keep straight, like keep them all straight. So I'll figure it out. I think once I get a little more like this whole week is immunology, I think once I get more diseases and more like processes in, it'll kind of like mesh together and it'll make more sense. But right now, like the rote memorization of like what all the interleukins do and all the CD compounds and all the what is it called? The other one. Wow, I'm blanking. The other one. Those main cytokines, all the leukotrienes and all that stuff. Once I get a little more practice with them, I should be good. But yes, this week is shaping up to be a very, very hectic week. The nice part is, though, I do have less classes than last year, like in person. I had one this morning at 10 online, which was kind of a joke. And then I have one tomorrow. Wednesday, I don't have any classes, but I have to run that presentation. And then Thursday, I have a class in the morning, which is also kind of useless. And then Friday, I have a useful class in the afternoon. Never give monkeys bananas. This sounds like a very... Oh, this is neutrophils, macro... Yeah. Yep. I forgot. That's on the MCAT, isn't it? What is the G? Never give monkeys bananas. Oh, it's never let monkeys eat bananas. Right. Okay. I remember that. I don't remember learning it for the MCAT, actually. I'm sure it's on there. I just don't remember it. But also, like, bio was always my worst subject on the MCAT, without a doubt. So that's probably why I don't remember it. I had to learn it earlier this year. For sorry, I'm just looking at stuff in the background. I had to learn it earlier this year for histology. Yeah, it would be never let monkeys eat bananas because it would be neutrophils, leukocytes, eosinophils, monkeys, macrophages, and then basophils, right? And it's like 60, 30, 10, 5 something. Very small numbers at the end. I hope the tiredness isn't like super. I don't mean to sound bland or flat today. It's just been a long day, I think. And I'm ready to go to bed so that I can wake up early and actually do something in person tomorrow. Yeah, histo is easily one of my worst subjects in med school for me. But that's just because I don't like cell bio. I really like I really do not like micro cell. I just don't. It just will never click for me, which is okay because I don't plan on doing anything with any of those subjects as long as I understand the big ideas for them, right? I do want to start reviewing my anatomy soon though. You get an exam at noon tomorrow, stay up till 2? I think that's reasonable. How ready do you feel for it? Honestly, if I was you, I would even like, yeah, I think 2 is reasonable, and then sleep like 6 hours and then study from 8 to 12. That's enough time. Usually when I'm in a cramless situation like that, sorry, let me know if I'm pronouncing your name wrong. I like to just wake up early the day before, because I know, for some reason, like getting enough sleep is way more important to me now, because I realize that I lose a bunch of easy points when I don't sleep. And then, if you're extremely ready, then yeah, I would just, honestly, I'd get more sleep. I would go to bed now, and then I'd wake up at 8 and review stuff last second if you're, like, ready. Sleep is way, way, way more beneficial. All right, then, like, cramming in any last things because you're not going to remember them. All right, y'all. We're on the last session of the night. Woo. So, I'm going to change the lights. I'm going to leave the camera. So, you guys can go ahead and get started. Let's do this. One last session for the night, and then we're all done. All right. Here we go, y'all. Good luck. Let's do it. All right. Welcome back, everybody. That concludes our last session for the night. Pretty quick and easy night. Um, Thank you guys for coming. I appreciate the support. You guys are great. Um, yeah, I'll be here for a few minutes. Feel free to say hi. Let me know how that last session was. I'm just packing up, and then I will call it a night as well. I actually had a really productive last session. I finished everything I needed to finish, which I was shocked because I thought I was not going to get through it. I suppose one could call it my homework. Yeah, GB, I did it. Sort of. I'm still like a day behind, but that's okay. Hi, Black Cat. How was your last session? How's the prep coming? Awesome. Hey, finish your car section review. That's pretty good. just biochem and psych social to go. Awesome. Sounds like a good productive session to me. My friends over on the vertical stream, I'm gonna go ahead and end the vertical stream. You guys know the drill. Feel free to hop over to the main stream if you want to come and chat with us. Yeah, I will sleep soon, Chibi. I gotta get up kind of early. I'm kind of behind on some research work, so I'm gonna drive into the hospital in the morning to go get some work done. So I'll probably go to bed in like the next 30 minutes or so, and then I'll wake up around 8 o'clock, 7:30, 8 o'clock, hopefully, if I can drag myself out of bed. And then I will drive over to the hospital, do some work. And then I have class, and then I'll come home, and then I will do more work. 1 to 2 days behind, even though you felt productive. Yeah, that's fair. I think as long as you're making progress, right? It might take like an extra day where you study a few extra hours, but it's totally catch upable. Level 2, Shivi is the bot. It's just like a little fun thing I added to keep track of. Well, it just like rewards people who are active, I guess. It doesn't really keep track of anything. It just has points. Research work. I do research in a pediatric trauma surgical unit. So I do research work with kids who need emergency surgery. I don't work with the kids directly. I'm kind of just doing the medical chart review after, and I'm like figuring out stuff related to that research. Sort of like heart, lung research for those kids. So I work at the Children's Hospital. Well, work is a strong word. I just do research work at the Children's Hospital. Usually that's like a bunch of data work. And I'm running a project right now, actually, but I'm very, 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 very behind on it. So I am pulling myself up by the bootstraps and gonna make myself wake up early against my will to go get a little bit of work done, some data collection. The problem with the data collection, and I was complaining about this, I think a couple months ago, is that a lot of the notes were handwritten and then uploaded into an electronic record system. So because they were handwritten, I have to sit there and like sift through like dozens of documents per patient, and I have like over 256 patients, and I have 256 variables per patient that I need to like extract from their charts. So it's gonna take probably most of the summer, if not most of the year already. And then I'll have a huge data set, and then I'll just be writing papers for the next year after that. No, Black Hat, I wish you could. It's kind of like finding research in undergrad, where you kind of just like ask doctors and PIs, and I was fortunate that I like reached out to a PhD who does clinical research, and she has a bunch of med students working with her. And so whenever she gets projects from anybody at Children's Surgery, she's in the surgical department, she like will like, I applied basically to the lab. Informally, I sent her a cold email, and then she saw my resume. She was like, "Oh, you'd be awesome for this project," and she put me on that project. So I mostly manage the project myself. She's just my supervisor. I'm under another research fellow as well who's helping me with that project, but it is my paper. I'm first author on it if I can get it done. Yeah, it's about children's health. Children who get into like severe, like who need like really emergency surgery. Yep. I wish, Black Hat, I wish. The two problems with that is that it's HIPAA protected data, so I can't even put it into GPT if I wanted to, because that's illegal. But the bigger problem there is that the handwriting is so bad, there's no way ChatGPT could even discern it. Because I was thinking like, oh, I could use a HIPAA compliant AI or like text extractor, like an OCR. But the problem isn't even necessarily that whatchamacallit. How do I explain this? It's not even just that the data is handwritten. On top of it being handwritten, it's very scattered. There's no way like an AI, unless I trained it, but I'm not going to do a whole PhD in machine learning to make an AI. There's no way an AI could pick up on it because it's like scattered notes over a series of several days, and then lab values, etc., etc. But yeah, HIPAA is the bigger problem for me there, because maybe I could train I could make a bot or a model within ChatGPT to run through it or like learn the nurse's handwritings, but it's kind of hard. Never saw you writing. I do write. I write on my iPad all the time, but my handwriting is absolutely terrible. I like to joke I have doctor's handwriting. I like to joke that I went into medicine actually because I had such bad handwriting, and that this is the only way to justify it. But it's pretty bad. It has not changed since like the second grade. I've had the same handwriting for like 15 years. Oh yeah, no, it's really bad black hat. Because the other thing is too, it's like scribbled in, right? Because it's like an hour by hour chart, and like nobody's writing it in like super legibly. You can make it out if you like sit with it, but it's just like, it's old scanned documents, handwritten documents. It's not simple. And the electronic health record system I use is also very, very outdated. Um, Against my will. That's the hospital's choice, not mine. So I just have to deal with it. That's all it is. So it's just gonna be like a painstaking, like the first patient I did took me 10 hours to get through, and I'm really hoping that I can get efficient at it so it only takes me like 2 or 3 hours a patient, because I'm trying to finish this by like August. I actually have a presentation in September um, on it, or I have to make a poster in September to present, which I don't need all the data for, but I would like to have it done by then so I don't have to think about it too much. Um, Ew, what did I say that was ew? Oh, the hours probably. Yeah. So, because there's 256 patients, so if it really took me 10 hours a patient, I don't have that kind of time. It's hard enough to get into the lab I have not been going to the lab much, and I need to be going in at least like 10, 20 hours a week if I want to finish this on time now, which is not great. I meant to do like a crap ton of work. Excuse my language. Wow, I almost slipped that. A crap ton of work over my summer break, but I was pretty burnt out, so I did not. And I just enjoyed my summer break. But I will pay the price now. No, nothing. Change your handwriting is better. Dang, whatever worked for you, I need to know it, because mine is like, I swear all of my friends make fun of my handwriting. I mean, it's legible. It just looks like a child wrote it. So I don't know how much I'm allowed to say Black Hat. That's why I'm being like kind of careful about it. I could probably talk about it in the Discord more than here. I'd rather not talk about it here where it's like recorded and on YouTube, just because it's like, it's medical. I don't know what's protected or what's not, and it's research. I don't mind talking about it on the Discord later if you're still curious, but it's really cool. I will say it's like very cool, and they're very, very like harsh cases, very extreme cases. Um, and there's a lot of variables. But it's a cool study. They say if you're clearing your brain like story, you'll write better. Oh, well, then that would explain why my handwriting has probably gotten worse since I started medical school. That's funny. I'm sure that's true to some level. I've also like, I don't know. I used to like joke with my friends because they used to make fun of my handwriting. That like it just means I'm smarter, right? Because my hand can't keep up with my brain. Um, they debunked that. I looked at like I saw it one time. I was trying to argue with a friend over it that like, oh, it just means I'm smarter than you, kind of like as a joke. And we looked it up, and it is not true. People with messier handwriting are not necessarily smarter than people with neat handwriting. So that was unfortunate for me. But yeah, I'm not really transcribing the notes, Black Hat. I'm more like, um, I'm like, it's not really transcribing. So the only part that I transcribe are lab values and stuff off of charts that were written in. But like a lot of this, I have to go through a lot of like surgical notes and a lot of like clinical notes and ICU notes. And like, so basically, I like every time I do it, like every time I go through a patient, I basically have to learn everything that happened to them during a time period, which can be anywhere from like 2 weeks to like a month sometimes. And then I record a bunch of values that are just scattered around because I have to figure out like what day did something happen, if something happened, and then once I know what day and time it happened, okay, and then I have to average like a million lab values in the 24 hours prior to that. So that eats up a lot of time. Synchronization is required. Yeah, I should sleep. I'm definitely very flat right now today. All right, y'all. Thank you guys for coming. Um, you guys are awesome. Thank you for being here and supportive and listening to me ramble all the time. Um, if you're not in the Discord, go join the Discord. Link is in the description below. Study schedule is updated for like the next 2 weeks, so you can peek that. And obviously, like I did today, if I'm going to cancel or be like crazy late, um, I'll alert the Discord. Um, if you're in the Discord, come say hi. And that's all I got. Thank you guys for being here. Oh, Black Hat. Aside from begging free labor. No, that's just how it goes. Like literally, even in undergrad, you just start with offering free labor. Nobody hires like right out of the gate, unfortunately, for something like research, which sucks. But once you're there for a while, then you can ask your PI for pay or switch over labs. That's the quick answer. All right, you guys. Thank you guys for coming. I hope you all have a great day or a great night, and I will see you all tomorrow. And make sure you guys are taking care of yourselves.